No good. It's like at your chest. They're good.
Go through like a dozen eggs every 2 days. We eat a lot of eggs.
Well, Ed Shanad lives behind me, and so he's going to put a little basket. I'm just going to put them in his basket. He said that they eat about 9 eggs a day between him and his son.
So while Village Council is debating the value of duck eggs and goose eggs and chicken eggs, we're going to call this meeting to order. The time is 8 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to say as provided by law. The schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perrin.
Here.
Councilwoman Reynolds.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Seaton.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
And Mayor Knudsen.
Here. Please join us for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join us in a moment of silence for men and women serving our nation, our first responders, and especially our Ridgewood Police Department. Thank you. Okay. We will start with the financial reports. I move bills, claims, and vouchers and statements of funds on hand as of August 31st, 2020 be accepted as submitted.
Second.
Perrin.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. I move that the village council minutes of July 8th, July 15th, August 5th, and August 12th, 2020, having been reviewed by the village council, now available in the village clerk's office, be approved as submitted.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes, I just sent to Donna one itty bitty edit. Yes.
okay. Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. Okay. That we have a few proclamations. I will begin with Fire Prevention Week. Okay. Whereas the Village of Ridgewood is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our town. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are in locations where people are at the greatest risk from fire. And whereas cooking is the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries, while heating equipment and smoking are the leading causes of home fire deaths. And whereas the Village of Ridgewood first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas the Village of Ridgewood residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their own homes. And whereas the residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared, will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. Whereas the 2020 Fire Prevention Week theme, Serve Up Fire Safety, the kitchen, due to the fact that cooking is the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries in the United States. And whereas the village residents should be aware of cooking hazards and dangers of unattended cooking and precautions that can be taken to prevent related fires. Now therefore be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim the week of October 4th through October 10th, 2020 as Fire Prevention Week throughout the village and urges all residents to protect their homes and families by heeding the important safety messages of Fire Prevention Week 2020. With that, we'll move on to the proclamation for Gold Star Mother's Day, read by Councilwoman Bernadette Walsh.
Whereas the United States of America, through its armed forces, has had many heroes who have defended the lives and liberties of all of their fellow Americans. And whereas many of these heroes have lost their lives in order to defend the virtues of our hard-won liberty and security. And whereas the parents, spouses, and children of these fallen heroes, known as America's Gold Star mothers and families, are aware of the exceptional spirit of service which their military family members possessed, which led them to protect and preserve the freedoms which we, as Americans, enjoy every single day. And whereas these Gold Star families have the courage and strength to comfort other families, support veterans, and give back to their communities. And whereas the Congress of the United States, by Senate Joint Resolution 115 of June 23rd, 1936, has designated the last Sunday in September as Gold Star Mother's Day. And whereas Marine parents began an initiative several years ago to encourage Americans to light a luminary on Gold Star Mother's Day. And whereas on the evening of Sunday, September 27th, 2020, residents of the Village of Ridgewood will observe Gold Star Mother's Day at Memorial Park of Van Ness Square, or by placing a luminary at the end of their driveway at sundown, away from anything that can catch fire, to honor and acknowledge the mothers and families of our fallen heroes. Now therefore be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, in recognition of this event, does hereby proclaim Sunday, September 27th, 2020 as Gold Star Mother's Day in the Village of Ridgewood, and does hereby encourage all Ridgewood residents to light a luminary at their homes in honor and recognition of the families of the fallen soldiers throughout the United States of America.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walsh. National Breast Cancer Awareness Week will be read by Councilwoman Reynolds.
Whereas the Village of Ridgewood values the health of all of its citizens, and whereas the Village of Ridgewood supports awareness of diseases such as breast cancer, which affects the lives of its citizens, and whereas October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and whereas the National Breast Cancer Awareness Month educates women about the importance of early detection for breast cancer. And whereas since the inception of National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, mammography use has doubled and breast cancer death rates have declined. And whereas the Village of Ridgewood would like to promote the use of a mammography as the best available method of detecting breast changes that may be cancer. And whereas breast cancer deaths could decline further if all women age 40 and older receive mammograms at regular intervals. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood urges all women and their families in the Village of Ridgewood to get the facts about mammography and proclaims October 2020 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. As we rededicate ourselves to the pursuit of new and better ways to prevent, detect, and treat this devastating disease.
Thank you, Councilwoman Reynolds. The Deputy Mayor will be reading the proclamation for September National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas September is known around the United States as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and is intended to help promote awareness surrounding each of the suicide prevention resources available to us and our community. The simple goal is to learn how to help those around us and how to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, race, sexual orientation, income level, religion, or background. And whereas according to the CDC in 2016 alone, nearly 45,000 individuals died by suicide, and it is the 10th leading cause of death among adults and the second leading cause of death among people ages 10 to 24 in the United States. Whereas the Village of Ridgewood, New Jersey is no different than any other community in the country, but chooses to publicly state and place our full support behind local educators, mental health professionals, athletic coaches, scout leaders, police officers, and parents as partners in supporting our community and simply being available to one another. And whereas local organizations like Suicide Prevention Services, SPS, and national organizations like the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness, NAMI, are on the front lines of a battle that many still refuse to discuss in public, as suicide and mental illness remains taboo topics which are not spoken about. And whereas every resident of the Village of Ridgewood should understand that throughout life's struggles, we all need the occasional reminder that we are all silently fighting our own battles. And whereas the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood encourages all residents to take the time to inquire as to the well-being of their family, friends, and neighbors over the next few days, and to generally convey their appreciation for their existence by any gesture they deem appropriate. A simple phone call, message, handshake, or hug can go a long way towards helping someone realize that suicide is not the answer. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim September 2020 National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in the Village of Ridgewood and asks our residents to open minds, save lives, and restore hope through prevention and intervention, through the use of education, advocacy, and collaboration.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Seaton. And Councilman Perrin will be reading the proclamation recognizing certified green businesses in the Village of Ridgewood.
Whereas Green Ridgewood is an advisory committee to the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, focusing on environmental issues. And whereas Green Ridgewood has initiated a green business recognition program to certify and publicize restaurants and food establishments that use sustainable environmental practices. And whereas the establishments listed below employ certain environmentally sustainable practices in their operations and have qualified for green business certification. And whereas the establishments listed below have demonstrated an interest in waste management and reduction. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood hereby proclaims and recognizes that each of the following establishments have been certified as a green business in the Village of Ridgewood: Cafe 37, Cafe de Royal, The Daily Treat, Felina, Green Fusion, It's Greek to Me, Lisa's Mediterranean Cuisine, McMurphy's, Oliver R. Twist Olive Oil Company, Park West Tavern, Piccolo Bistro, Steel Wheel Tavern, and be it further resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood thanks these establishments for their extraordinary efforts in sustaining the village and its residents during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you. Thank you to all those restaurants. Okay, and with that, we will go on to public comments, not to exceed 3 minutes per person, total of 40 minutes. Dylan?
Anybody in queue that'd like to public comment, please raise your hand. I'm not showing anybody.
All right, before we go on to the village manager's report, I do have a statement regarding one village, one vote campaign. So I'm going to read that. Hopefully it comes across clear, slow. As promised at the previous meeting, I will respond to assertions made by members of One Village, One Vote campaign. First and foremost, while it is not the role of the village council to fact check this campaign's promotional pieces, the village did make information available to them that conflicted with what they continued to promulgate. We have acted in earnest to aid them in putting forth accurate information, but we cannot force them to use that information. They have made various factual errors in their assertions, including the cost of elections, voter turnout, and the true implications of the so-called 2% cap. But the onus is on them to correct that with the information provided. All we can do is give them that information they request when possible. If members of One Village, One Vote campaign would like more specific responses on any of these topics this evening, I will respond to each of them. The same holds true for any member of the public making the same request. And I would like this time to make a brief statement regarding our village clerk, the Maylander. Somebody first wants to answer the phone. I would like at this time to make a brief statement regarding our village clerk, Heather Maylander, who has served our village faithfully and well for over 3 decades. Anyone who has worked with Heather Maylander or sought her help in the 30+ years or so of her service to the residents of the village of Ridgewood knows that she has always discharged her duties competently, fairly, without agenda or personal purpose. Ms. Maylander has stood accused in what was an emergent motion brought against her. The rushed nature of this court action did not allow for an in-depth review of the facts, resulting in a finding that must now be appealed. Until that time, I urge all residents to avoid judgment. Ms. Maylander deserves better from our community. We are confident that with a more thorough look at the facts, she will be vindicated. Indeed, the petition that is subject of that court action is deficient in ways that were clearly outlined in the very statutes they cited in their proposed ordinance. The onus was on them to obtain legal advice during the time they were working on their petition, or leave themselves sufficient time to make mistakes and correct them properly in order to put this initiative forth in compliance with the statutory requirements and deadlines. Had they met those statutory requirements and deadlines, the village clerk and the village council would have certainly fulfilled each of our roles to complete the process. So we are in full support of our village clerk, village manager. We are grateful for her service to our community. Thank you, and we will appeal. With that, we will move on to the village manager's report.
Just a moment. I'd like to respond. I have reviewed the One Village, One Vote website, and I found that their factual assertions with regard to the cost of elections were supported by village documents and county documents. and that the conclusions were reasonable. And with regard to their petition, the law makes it clear that petitions are to be liberally construed so that voters can participate in government and as an antidote to apathy. And I disagree with the assertions that the mayor has made.
Now, I actually hadn't anticipated that a council member would challenge these assertions. I'm hoping that she's not challenging the assertion that our village clerk has worked diligently and honestly, and that is the crux of the complaint that's been filed, that she obstructed. But I'll only give, because I don't want to get in a debate here, I'm only going to give the piece of it as it relates to the election cost. Mr. Lindenberg used Village Council public comment to advance the claim of savings of $100,000 in an election year. Mr. Lindenberg claimed this to be a positive change, which I agree it would be a positive change if only it were true. But it's not.
Susan, I can barely hear you. I don't know if the public can.
Okay.
Everybody hear okay?
Okay. Are we okay, Dylan? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, great. So I'm only going to touch on this piece because Mr. Lindenberg asked me specifically to identify where he's wrong, and so I will. So he has advanced a claim of savings, and he said it at a village council meeting. It's in our minutes. I think it was in one of the minutes we just approved. And these are his words, that we would save $100,000 in any election year. He claimed that this would be a positive change, and I assert that that would be true if his claim were true, but it's not. Mr. Lindenberg based his numbers on annual elections, seemingly unaware that village council elections are biennial, not annual. But furthermore, there's something a little bit more detailed to this, and sometimes a little complex for some to wrap their heads around, but hopefully everybody's going to get this. As a result of a Board of Education budget vote, the Village Council worked with the Board of Education and shaved $630,000 over budget in this year alone. We could have actually done more, but we were being extremely conservative. And with that $630,000 came zero impact to the delivery of educational services. Councilman Walsh worked with me directly with that, and we would not have done that, encouraged that $630,000 cut if there had been. So this again was achieved without any impact to the delivery of educational services. Now that $630,000 is actually an annual savings now. That $630,000 is not added into the baseline of the Board of Education budget. So the $630,000 is annual, but we'll do better than that. If on average there were a 2% increase each year for the next 5 years, that $630,000 savings would grow to just shy of $700,000 based on a compounded tax increase each and every year. So my position is that while it's a oversimplified soundbite that we're going to save money, in fact, the cost is far greater because the difference between $100,000, which was inflated in room anyway, and as a matter of fact, I think that $65,000 for the most recent Board of Education election was a result of, I think in 2019, it was a result of a proofreading error. So there was extra money that it cost. So it's typically about $45,000 to $48,000 for that election. But the difference between 48 and 48, or whether it's on that same year or off year 48, the difference between that and $630,000 this year, or that $50,000 and $700,000  5 years from now, the savings dwarfs the cost of the election. So it is overly simple. We're simplifying something that's a little bit more complex. My point tonight is really to stand behind our village clerk, who once again, she works honestly, She works hard. She's dedicated. We all, I hope I'm speaking for all of us. We think the world of her. Our residents appreciate Heather, Miss Maylander's, our village clerk's efforts. She's made our village a better place. And this outcome, in my opinion, is just unfortunate and egregious. Thank you. So moving on from there, and again, if anyone, go ahead, Heather.
Manager's report. We have a new recycling program at the Ridgewood Recycling Center, which is book donations. They can be dropped off at the Ridgewood Recycling Center Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Remember that the recycling center is closed on Wednesday. The books can be hardcover, paperback, and in good readable condition. All books must have a barcode label, and the vendor will then sell the book online using the barcode to establish value, and the village gets 15% of the sales. So they cannot accept encyclopedias, magazines, or water-damaged books. So if you have some gently used books and they're readable and it has that barcode on it, please consider providing it to the Ridgewood Recycling Program. Welcome Back to Ridgewood, New Jersey event includes outdoor dining and free music all day Saturday and Sunday. East Ridgewood Avenue from Broad Street to Walnut Street, and the side streets of Oak, Chestnut, and Prospect Streets are closed to cars, and there is a pedestrian mall. Also this week on Saturday at 2 p.m., the west side of the Central Business District will be doing a ribbon cutting for their stores and restaurants. Come and enjoy the west side of Ridgewood with lovely lighting, music, restaurants, businesses, and restaurants there to welcome you. Hudson Street Garage, the first floor is open for business. It's $1 an hour, 3-hour limit, and it's paid at the kiosks at the Hudson Street entrance. To honor the memory of the 12 Ridgewood residents who we lost on 9/11, portraits of each resident are displayed in the Ridgewood Public Library, Belcher Auditorium, for the month of September. The library is open 7 days a week and offers a tranquil place for reflection. In addition, Mount Carmel Church will have a mass at noon and at 7 p.m. on September 11th. Due to social distancing, pre-registration is required at Mount Carmel by going onto their website, www.olmcridgewood.com. The U.S. Census, we now have an 83% response rate. I think it's actually 83.1%. We just urge everyone who has not yet filled out the census, please do so. The last possible date to do so is September 30th. We're really still trying to get to that 100%. I know surrounding towns are a little higher than we are, and I would love to, and we would all love to have a complete count if possible. I do want to mention the Complete Count Committee, who has worked diligently in various forums to try to get to this complete count. So please, if you have not yet filled it out, you can fill it out on paper, you can fill it out by calling in, or you can fill it out online. It's very easy and simple, and none of this information is shared with any other agencies at all. It's against the law for census takers to do that, or for the census to do that. So please do not be afraid to fill out the census, and we encourage you to do so. I just want to remind everyone, rear yard garbage collection resumed in July, so residents no longer need to bring their garbage cans to the street. Election season, we have already a lot of election posters and yard signs. Some of them are in the planting strip between the curb and sidewalk. We ask that you not put it there because that's actually public property, but they may be placed on your own property. The general election will be primarily vote by mail. You have various options as to what you can do with your vote by mail forms. You may mail it back to the county by U.S. Postal Service, or you can put it in the ballot box outside the lobby doors of Village Hall, or you may bring it to the polling location. There will be only 3 polling locations. Check your sample ballot, and I'll also be sending out an e-notice giving people information about where your district will be voting. And at those polling locations, there will be ballot boxes there as well. My understanding is that you're going to sign the book and then put the ballot in the ballot box. 88 voting machines will be available in the polling locations only for those unable to mark the mail-in ballots. We have several cancellations due to COVID-19. The Chamber of Commerce Car Show, which was scheduled for 9/11, Coffee with the Council, which was scheduled for 9/12, and the Parks and Recreation Street Fair, which was scheduled for 9/20. The Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual Shop Hop Sale Days inside and out on October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and the Ridgewood Moms Club will partner with the Chamber and have a preschool activities fair in Memorial Park at Van Ness Square on Saturday, October 3rd. The Bergen County Utilities Authority Household Hazardous Waste Collection is this Saturday, September 12th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Campwell Mountain in Mawa. Acceptable materials, aerosol cans, fire extinguishers, vehicle batteries, gasoline paints, propane gas cylinders, bug spray, motor oil, fertilizer, things of that nature. Our Village Council upcoming meetings are broadcast live on public access channels and live streamed on the Village website. September 23rd is the next Village Council Public Work Session. October 7th is also a public work session. Both of those meetings begin at 7:30. And then our public meeting in October is October 14th, and that begins at 8 p.m. That's all I have.
Thank you, Manager Manager. Council reports. I will start with Councilwoman Perry.
Heather, did you want to mention about the various committees and boards?
Okay, we have boards and committees. We're looking for volunteers for them. It is on our website. It was also on the Village Facebook. If you would please send your volunteer citizen leadership form along with a resume or a history of what you've done in your life, so we know where your interests are, and also a cover letter just indicating which boards and committees you'd like to serve on, and a little bit about yourself. That will be the deadline was extended to September 15th. There are about 10 or 12 different committees, and there's a short description of each committee on the ad. So we just encourage you, if you're interested in volunteering, we would love to have you apply, and then interviews will be set up shortly thereafter, and then appointments will take place after that.
Thank you. As to Green Ridgewood, we met on September 3rd, and Chris Rudishauser spoke with us about all kinds of environmental issues, such as stormwater resilience, our sanitation system, the upcoming energy audit of the Village Hall, electric vehicles. We just peppered him with questions. And so it was a very good meeting. And our next meeting is October 1st at 7:00 p.m. Anybody can join. If you'd like to join and you're not a member, that's fine. Just contact me and I'll send you the link. The Central Business District Advisory Committee, we met on the 3rd also. We got first an update on Walk on the West Side. That is a subcommittee of Welcome Back Ridgewood. I'm sure you've all seen the campaign for Welcome Back Ridgewood. And this time it's on the west side. As Ms. Melander mentioned, it will kick off this weekend. And there will be various swag bags and things like that for people who attend. And at our meeting, Dylan Hansen came to speak with us about the possibilities of a visitors bureau type of website for the Central Business District. And that brought us into a discussion of what is a business improvement district. And so we are at the very beginning of researching what that could mean for us. So we're kicking that idea around. We talked a little bit about recycling in the Central Business District, and we decided that for now we are tabling that issue. As to the grab and go parking spaces downtown, 10 of the 15 were rented for this pilot period until October 3rd, and we are perfecting the signage. One person said that the location of the spots was confusing, and we are thinking about how to make that less so. Also, there was a complaint about one sign being rather low and therefore difficult to see over the cars. We have made changes to the signage, and so I think it is less confusing now. Let's see, on the Central Business District Advisory Committee, we do have an opening for one member, a resident member, and our next meeting will be September 17th at 8:30 in the morning. Public is welcome. Again, if you would like the link, just contact me. Chamber of Commerce met this morning, and well, as you probably have noticed, the pedestrian mall is just a wonderful event. People are saying, "Are you going to do this again next year?" And it really is very uplifting and wonderful. But behind all the smiles and the good times is the potential for gloom and doom come winter. And so members of the Chamber of Commerce are really concerned. And that they would like to continue it past October 4th, if possible, if the weather is cooperating. So that was discussed. Let's see. We discussed the grab and go spots, and two of our sponsors are members of the Chamber of Commerce, and they said that they either wouldn't sign up again or probably won't sign up again, mostly because of the price. And I do think that is indicative. As they pointed out, the people who sponsored it this go round during the pilot are not the beneficiaries of the grab and go. They're not the businesses downtown who are brick and mortar and depend on serving meals necessarily. One of them is, but the others are professionals, or mostly the Rotary Club. And so they were doing it as a civic gesture to get this going. We cannot depend on it going forward. And at this price, I don't think it will succeed. One person at the chamber asked, well, let me go back. After the meeting, I got a call from one of the chamber members who suggested that we extend the pilot for another 6 months until April 1st, because the seasons change. The economic situation is so fluid right now. And this time period, when we did this pilot, is when the weather's good. And the problem is when the weather is bad, what will happen? And also because although restaurants can now have dining inside at 25% capacity, people aren't taking them up on it. And so the suggestion was that we do it for another 6 months at $750 a spot for that 6 months, and they will market it. So I think it's worth doing, and I would like to bring it up at the next work session. Also, I wasn't sure if the business owners wanted a survey to establish usage of the grab and go spots. I thought they might be sick of surveys, but they would like a survey, and so I will be working on that. And then also at the end of the meeting, one merchant said, when will the train station parking lot open up to regular shoppers and diners? So that was a question. And let's see.
It is open. If you're a Ridgewood resident and have a resident sticker, you can park in the train station anytime.
You have to have a sticker? You have to have a resident sticker? Okay, I'll let them know.
And also, anytime after 12 noon, all of our parking lots you can park in without a permit.
3 hours, right?
Correct, for 3-hour limits, right?
So I was writing that, waiting for Pam to finish. Like, it's a good thing.
Okay, and then open space has not met since our last meeting, and the next meeting is September 17th at 7 o'clock. We do have an opening on that committee as well, and the public is welcome. That meeting will also be actually in person, socially distanced at the stable.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Reynolds?
Mayor. Not too much to report, just that the Citizen Safety Advisory Committee is finally going to meet in person next Thursday night at the Youth Center at 7:30. Everything will be socially distant. We are allowing people to come in for public comment. The maximum amount allowed in the room is, I think it's 38 people. So there should be plenty of room. There's about 10 committee members, and everything will be spaced out. So if you want to join Citizen Safety Advisory Committee, come next Thursday. And that's it. That's all I have for this week.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walsh?
So thank you, Mayor. Do you want me to talk about the Board of Ed, or are you going to talk about our Board of Ed meeting?
You can talk about Board of Ed.
Okay, so just real quick, we met with the Board of Ed just to, do a touch base and see how things were going with the start. And wonderful news that everything seemed to get off without a hitch, so to speak. I think the comment they said was it was strange how normal everything was. The kids were all very happy to be back in school, in hybrid format, in remote format. So, there's lots of stuff going on. There's a lot of support from the community and from the teachers and administration. So everything seems to be just in a good place right now. So, the one thing that, they were talking about, and we are talking about it as well, urging everybody to wear their masks, because the kids, when they go into, I'll just use the high school as an example, they have their temperature checked before they go in, they social distance, they have their masks on, they're there for half a day, and then they go home, but the kids will then go out onto the street and see some of their friends. And it's really important that you can't let your guard down. You can't be in school following all the protocols, then get out on the street, rip your mask off, and be with all your friends. That's just not going to be the smart way for us to really stem this pandemic. So seemed like a great start to the year. Everybody was really excited, and it was actually nice that there wasn't anything that was really extraordinary about the start of the school year. So that was actually a really good meeting. Kind of segueing that into my fields committee meeting, everybody's noticing happily that the fields are being used. Again, the fields committee, this is a huge undertaking to make sure that everybody is social distancing and following the protocols when they're on the field. So be patient. Everybody is trying to share fields and do what's right for the children, for the sports, and just be able to get these kids outside, because, we want these kids to get off some energy on these fields. I'm sure they're driving some of their parents a little crazy being cooped up for so long, but it is a work in progress, and they're making sure that everybody is sharing the fields. I know we talked in our pre-meeting about others that may want to use our fields. As long as we follow the protocols, as long as we know who's using our fields and that they're following our procedures, everything should be good. And then I literally ran from my cash cow meeting to make it to our pre-meeting. Again, just talking about what a wonderful season it was. In spite of COVID, they really had a great season and had a lot of great performances. Lots of people came out. Everybody enjoyed it. It was a great season. They wanted to thank photographer Ziggy Putnins, who does a great job, Stephanie Haas, taking the pictures and memorializing it so that others can see. If maybe you missed a concert, you can see what was going on. They wanted to thank Bob at Ridgewood Press for some of the banners that he made for them. And I think we talked again a little bit, I don't know if we're going to talk about it in terms of there were some requests to use the shell for other events. So that's something where they have to look at their bylaws and make sure it's permitted. And then I think the mayor is going to talk a little bit about an ordinance that we might be putting into effect. So that's all I have. Support the Shell. If you want to send a donation to the village to support the Shell, you can send it to the attention of Nancy Bigos, Parks Department, and earmarked for the band Shell, Cash Out Shell. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. The Green Team met September 3rd, and pre-COVID, at this time, we would probably be just polishing up our application to Sustainable Jersey for silver certification for the Village of Ridgewood, which is good for, I think, 3 years out. And the pandemic hit, and every town in New Jersey was granted an extension. So we're talking about picking back up where we were, because we did start going through a lot of the application. I know I went online through Sustainable Jersey and edited many of the documents that I could at the time with updated information. And there's probably going to be several resolutions forthcoming that the council is going to have to approve between now and next November, when the final deadline is. And we'll be doing that periodically for meetings, subsequent meetings from now until, hopefully next fall or the end of the summer, we can have everything wrapped up. Following that, the Shade Tree Commission met yesterday, and the big topic of discussion was the fall tree planting that was coming up. So several questions did arise at that meeting, so I'm going to pose those questions now, and I'd like to see someone get back to me, and I could forward the committee some of the answers to the questions. One of them is they were wondering why the bid was broken up into to include 3 companies instead of just have one company come in, because there's always questions about logistics and how we're going to coordinate and get everything done. And it seemed like these questions would arise with one company, so people had concern that now there was going to be 3 companies, and they would just like to have an answer to that. And then another one, I believe I brought this up at the last meeting, was that I wanted to see somebody from the village supervising these plantings, as the cost of trees have gone up. Again, the lowest is $427 to the highest cost per tree being planted and staked with a gator bag is $598. So it's definitely a big investment at this point. And we've had mixed results in the past. Some of the companies that came in and have done this for a village would do a really good job, and we're grateful for that. And some of the companies that came in did not do such a good job. And the best thing we could do is supervise these plantings, just to make sure that our investments are covered and the trees are given the best chance to survive and thrive if they're planted correctly. Because they are in a stressful environment. They're on the streets. There's a lot going on that could stress these trees. Sometimes they don't get enough water. Sometimes they don't get pruned. So the best thing that you could do is give them a good start. So they were the 2 big questions that came. There were some other questions that came up for other issues, but those were, I think, were the main questions that the commission would like to see answered. So that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I actually thought that Chris did explain to us the reason that there were 3. Was it because that certain species were only available through certain vendors, and so there was?
And it was also it was whoever did the lowest responsible bid for each of the various species, and it could be broken up. And so therefore we were able to, if you had gotten a bid from one company, it might have been it was over our available funds. By doing this, we were able to do it within our available funds and to be able to plant, a large number of new trees. We also might get better service because we have 3 different companies planting at the same time, and it may get done more quickly. I mean, that remains to be seen, but it's certainly a possibility. And as far as having someone supervise, obviously we can't have someone standing there at every single tree, but certainly they will be looking at the trees after they're planting and as they're being planted, and make sure that it's being done correctly. I agree with you. It is a big investment, and obviously we want them to survive and thrive.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I did bring up that, the reason behind it was to, maximize the tax dollars and get the most amount of trees planted, because you could do a partial bid award like we do with several things. I mean, we bid out trucks and got, we get a chassis here and we get the back piece there, and we put it together that way because you get a better price if you could go to several bidders versus one. But they just wanted to hear, I don't know, a more official answer from the village manager, somebody. So I just posed the question again. So
I mean, if you want, I can send you that in an email, and then you can forward it to them.
That would be perfect. Thank you so much, Heather.
Okay.
Heather, is there going to be anybody checking to make sure? I mean, some people are going to be great, and I'm sure they're going to fill the water bags every week like they're supposed to, and there's going to be other people that don't do it.
There'll probably be sporadic spot checks. Obviously, we can't check, hundreds of trees every day,
right.
But I would think within a week, we could probably have people check, the trees and make sure they are being filled. We don't have the ability to do it ourselves. So I think there are going to be some, informational pamphlets given out, or some kind of door hanger given out to those people who are getting the trees as to the best care and nurturing of the tree.
Are you going to ask the residents if they want a tree? Like, are people on a list that said, hey, I had a tree die, I want it replaced?
It's in Area D. I think that there are places where trees have been in the past. If someone really said they didn't want it, we probably would move on to another possibility. I don't know exactly how we're going to notify the residents. I will find that out, and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Reynolds, I just wanted to say there were several people.
Hear you.
You're underwater.
No. Can you hear me better?
Still underwater.
A little bit.
Well, I'll get back to you. There were lists, and I think they've been satisfied.
Okay.
I think this is like the longest village manager council reports ever on record. So I just want to reiterate Councilman Walsh's comments about back to school and our meeting with the Board of Ed. I personally, watching the kids walking to school, found it like just to be happy and exciting and optimistic to where we're going. And, it was just really, really exciting. And I think that our meeting, we were kind of just joyful. I felt like there was like a joyfulness about that, which was like super nice. I just wanted to, I don't really have much to, I don't have anything to report actually, but I did want to speak to the Business Improvement District that Councilwoman Perrin raised. This is something we've been advocating, I've been looking to do for forever, and I have had that, I've had all the documents for it, but I think that timing is everything, and it's a difficult time right now. I really found that this might be the first time that we've had a council that would be open to this as an opportunity. But I think timing is everything. So I was going to bring this in October, but I was thinking that might be better to just see where we go with in terms of like the opening and COVID-19 and such. We also had a couple of other ordinances we're going to be bringing to the planning board, and I know that our village planner is working on this. The Business Improvement District was actually part of a conversation with the visioning process. That some of the ordinances that we are going to be bringing to the planning board for a look at will be a window display ordinance that would encourage businesses, empty vacant storefronts, to maintain some kind of a display. One of the things I'd like to bring to the village council, again, this is a timing issue, is a vacancy ordinance. So these are the kind of things we can adopt. A tree well ordinance. I think Councilwoman Reynolds and I have spoken about this a couple of times. Whether or not we can just ask people to adopt a tree well and plant it up, and we can put a little plaque that, you know, the Walsh family did this one and the Reynolds family did that one. It could be kind of fun. It could be a means to get those planters all prettied up, and we could actually charge, I was thinking, like a fee for adopting it, and this would allow us to make a little plaque and stuff. So we're going to kind of put all that stuff together and start to work through that in October and into the new year. So it's exciting, and we look forward to that opportunity. The only other thing I want to point out is that there have been some questions on social media mostly about the COVID-19 reporting. What we learned when I was organizing the numbers this past weekend, I realized there was some discrepancy in the numbers, and I did reach out for the director of our health department, Ms. Trillo. She and I worked through this issue on, I guess, Tuesday, and we determined or learned that the labs are not, I guess, parsing out the data as it relates to specific municipalities, and they're not reporting the total number of tests for the negative results. So all we're seeing now are positive. So in the past, when we've been posting, we were able to say, well, we had, 500 people tested and we've had 2 positives. Now we have 2 positives or 6 positives or 8 positives. We don't have any baseline to kind of compare that to. So Dawn and I think we'll speak again tomorrow with the village manager and figure out, there was a recommendation that we not be posting data as it pertains specifically to Ridgewood, and that there was a recommendation, I believe that came from the county health office, I believe, but don't hold me to that, that we should be just directing folks to the state dashboard where that information is available by state and by county. But we're going to work through this and figure out if there's a way that we can report meaningful information to the public without it being skewed in the absence of those other numbers. So we want to make certain that we give people good information, not just information, but relevant. So that's where we're at right now, and hopefully she and I will have some resolution to this and by tomorrow. Okay. All right. And with that, we are moving on.
Okay, so Ridgewood Water, we have no ordinances. Resolutions for Ridgewood Water, the following resolutions, number 20-252 through 20-256, will be adopted by a consent agenda. They will be read by title only. Award contract for roof repairs to various Ridgewood Water facilities. Title 59 approval, water main replacement, Jefferson Street and Salem Lane. Award contract, water main replacement, Jefferson Street and Salem Lane. Award professional services contract, preliminary design services for PFAS treatment and associated projects. Award professional services contract, risk and resilience assessment and emergency response plan update. May I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Move.
Was that a motion? I think I seconded
Yes,
it.
that was a motion. So I'm going to call it. This is madness. I'm
I got it.
so moved.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
okay, Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. We move on to public hearings. Okay. I move the clerk read ordinance 3808 by title on second reading and the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3808?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-56, Schedule 6, prohibited turns at intersections, and at Section 265-59, Schedule 9, stop intersections.
Public hearing is now open.
I'm showing no hands raised.
No hands.
I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
I
Perrin,
move it.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Go ahead.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden. Yes. You can shake your head. Yes, no, yes.
Yeah, I'm trying this. Yes.
and Newton.
Yes.
Ordinance 3808 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton. That's a yes. Walsh,
Yes.
Yes.
Newton.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3809 by title on second reading and the public hearing thereon be opened.
Second.
Okay. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Yes, we got you. Welsh
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3809?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 223, Property Maintenance, and Chapter 260, Trees and Shrubs of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 223-8, Enforcement Authority, and Section 223-17, Terms Defined, and Section 223-18, Designation, and Section 223-153, Enforcement, and Section 260-1, Responsibility of Owner or Tenant Notice.
The public hearing is now open.
If you're dialing in and you'd like to make it, raise your hand, you can hit *9. I'm showing no raised hands.
I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Who said yes?
yes. Walsh
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes.
Can somebody else move it? I was seconding for Mike.
I'll move it. I move that ordinance 3809 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
yes, I got you. Walsh
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3810 by title on second reading and the public hearing thereon be open.
I second.
Okay. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
okay. Walsh
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3810?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 190-37B to allow accessible ramps and lifts on 1- and 2-family dwellings to be reviewed by the Site Plan Exemption Committee.
Okay. The public hearing is now open.
I'm showing no raised hands.
I move the public hearing be closed.
Wait a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh, and Newton.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3810 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3811 by title on second reading and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3811?
A bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $290,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of 275,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
The public hearing is now open.
Showing no raised hands.
I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Okay.
I
Perrin,
move
Yes.
Reynolds,
yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3811 be adopted on.
Publication is required by law.
You
Okay.
did it. Good.
I was going to read it for you, Mike. I didn't think we could hear you.
Okay, can somebody second?
I'll second.
All right,
Okay. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. Hopefully very soon we'll be back at Village Hall with our better sound system. Okay.
Back to Village Hall next meeting.
I agree. I move the clerk read ordinance 3812 by title on second reading and the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden, Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3812?
A bond ordinance providing a supplemental appropriation of $40,000 for the acquisition of a front-end loader in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, and authorizing the issuance of $38,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
Public hearing is now open.
I'm showing no raised hands.
I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh, and Newton.
Yes.
Ordinance 3812 be adopted on second reading and final publication is required by law.
Second that motion.
Okay. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. And Mike, can we just punt this over to Councilwoman Walsh? Is that okay? Because we can't really make that out the next one.
Yes,
Thanks.
go ahead.
All right, Councilwoman, because I'm recused from this, so go ahead.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
Are we on 3813?
We are.
Yes, correct.
I move the clerk read ordinance 3813 by title on second reading and that public hearing thereon be opened.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton is recused.
Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3813?
A bond ordinance providing for Circle Avenue drainage improvements in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $362,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $343,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
The public hearing is now open.
I'm showing no raised hands.
I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton's recused.
I move that the ordinance 3813 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second the motion.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
I thought I'm just
I'm sorry, is recused. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We're like knee jerk. Yeah. Okay.
We'll move on to resolutions. The following resolutions, number 20-257 and 20-269, are to be adopted on consent agenda with one vote by the village council. They will be read by title only.
So Heather, I'm sorry. Before you continue, I just wanted. I know we didn't do this in last week's work session. We talked about it earlier at the 7:30. But I just wanted to reiterate the establishment of a pilot program for the rental of village facilities by outside groups. This was discussed at 7:30 by the full village council. The council is supportive. This establishes a pilot program so the village facilities outside group can rented by outside groups. And this establishes regulations and setting for fees. And this is in recognition of COVID-19 and the difficulties many groups and organizations have faced in finding appropriate venues to have functions to benefit their groups and programs. So this is just an opportunity, and if it works moving forward, we will adopt that. Sorry.
And that's the final resolution on for this evening.
Right.
So the following resolutions, number 20-257 through 20-269, will be adopted by consent agenda with one vote by the village council. It will be read by title only. Award contract purchase of 2021 Ford Escape Police Department. Award contract additional award disposal of yard waste. Award contract Hudson Street Garage additional environmental technical support for project closeout. Award contract under MPP.gov cooperative purchasing program compressor breathing air filling system. Title 59 approval tree planting area D in various locations. Award partial contract tree planting area D and various locations. And that's for Clark Moynihan Landscaping and Construction. Award partial contract tree planting area D various locations. That's for Downs Tree Service. Award partial contract tree planting area D in various locations, and that's for Faircut Services, LLC. Award contract under Shortwalk Cooperative Purchasing Program online auction services for surplus property. Authorized change order, renovation and upgrades, grading pool bathrooms. Authorized joining Omnia Partners Public Sector Cooperative Purchasing Program. Declare property surplus, police department seized vehicle, and establish pilot program for rental of village facilities by outside groups. May I have a motion? Pam, I think you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry. So moved.
Second.
Okay. Second by Councilman Steeden. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Steeden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Richardson.
Yes. Okay. With that, we will go back to comments from the public, not to exceed 5 minutes per person. Anyone?
Yep.
Great. Please state your name and address for the record. Unmute.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I was somewhat disappointed that in what Mayor Knudsen billed as the longest council report in history, that there was no mention that Graydon Pool had a very successful season, and the last Graydon Pool opening was last Monday, Labor Day. We were there when the pool closed at 7:30 that night. It was a wonderful season. Water quality was the best I've ever seen it. Staff was excellent. And again, I would like to thank the village council for making it happen. I don't know if you can all recall back to June. I don't know if there was a formal recommendation from staff that the pool not open, but it certainly looked as though staff was leaning to recommend that the pool not be opened. And it was the village council that took a stand in the sand, drew a line in the sand and said the pool will open. And as a result, residents were able to have a wonderful time at the pool this season. I don't believe that there were any COVID-related incidents. And I mention this only because I see that the one of the clinical trials for the vaccine has been put on hold. We were all hoping, of course, that there would be a vaccine later this year, but now it appears as though there may not be a vaccine until we don't know when. So when the subject of Graydon Pool, the opening of Graydon Pool comes up next year, I hope that you all will remember what a wonderful season we had this year, that there were no incidents, and if the staff should be leaning to recommend that the pool not open, I hope that you all draw that line in the sand again and say that the pool will open because we want our residents to have a wonderful time. So thank you again for making Graydon Pool open. The other comment I'd like to make this evening is that it is extremely, extremely frustrating for the public to watch these Zoom meetings. I mentioned last week that the Board of Education has decided to meet in public now, socially distanced. We've heard that CSAC is going to be meeting in public, socially distanced, and allow visitors into the room. I noted that there was a legal notice in the paper indicating that the council would not be meeting in public through the month of September, but I do hope that beginning in October that the council decides to meet in person. Whether you admit visitors to the room or not is another story, but at least we can get rid of all the feedback and the microphones that don't work and the people that sound like they're underwater. I do believe that there is enough space in that courtroom for you all to get together in the courtroom and be adequately spaced apart, at least so we can hear you all without having to put up with all the technical difficulties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Loving.
Anyone can ever hear me. I agree with Mr. Loving 100%.
So do I.
Right, next is Lori Weber.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Lori Weber, 235 South Irving Street. And I guess I wasn't planning on saying this, but I have to respectfully disagree with my neighbor, Mr. Loving. I love the Zoom meetings. I enjoy sitting at my kitchen table, seeing all of your beautiful faces, and you all look great on camera, by the way, every single one of you. And I actually find that since the Board of Ed went back to meeting in person, that was a jumbled mess of microphone issues and just when you're not there, you really don't feel like a part of it. And if you don't have a choice of being there, I find the Zoom meeting much more inviting. So I respectfully disagree with Mr. Loving. But the real reason I raised my hand is to second Mayor Knudsen's comments regarding our village clerk and village manager, Heather Maylander. As a 37-year resident, I find Ms. Maylander to have always been helpful on the largest or smallest of issues, honest as the day is long. And being familiar with the laws at play here and the obstacles she faced in the decisions she had to make, I understand that why this was rushed through the court so that those aspects couldn't be fully considered, because Ms. Maylander made the only decision under those circumstances that she possibly could have in compliance with the law. And again, Ms. Maylander, thank you for your service. Very, very happy resident here and very appreciative of all you've done for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we do have one dialer. And if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9.
Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, I'm too soon.
Yeah, hold on one second. There we go. That I'll call them in to see if they have a comment. Oh, they did. Yes.
Yeah, there. Okay. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
You're muted. You have to hit *6. There you go.
There you go. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, this is Rorick Holiday, 374 Evergreen Place here in Ridgewood. A couple of comments. One, the last 4 meetings, the mayor, whenever she calls for a moment of silence, single out the police department. I think it's a mistake. It's a serious mistake because she comes across with the internal investigation that's taking place for the unfortunate events of the last couple of months. She comes across as putting her thumbs on the scales, if you will. She should not do that. I think the police department is a great department, so is the fire department, so are the many, many millions of people who are out there serving all of us. This is one. Secondly, as far as the Central Business District, we have to come to face the reality. The CBD is on life support. And all these games of grab and go here and getting money there, it just won't do it. Basically, we've got to, for about a year, basically stop charging parking fees. And I realize that parking fees go to support the debt on the garage, which frankly is uneconomical considering what has happened. Now, you won't go through the details. But if we had built a garage 5 years ago, would have been far, far more economical, and it would not have required parking rates to go up to $1.25 an hour, which is just ridiculous. And frankly, my wife and I, we now avoid downtown Ridgewood, and whenever we can, we might go to Waldwick or Midland Park, which is just too bad. The last thing, as far as the one village, one vote, I'm not sure what to say about the mayor's comments, and where she conflates the so-called savings of $600,000 with the whatever number one of the members of the One Village, One Vote said as far as the savings. the more important things about One Village, One Vote is to encourage people to come out to vote. Now, I have maintained the problem with Ridgewood is that it is a microcosm of Washington, D.C. We have the swamp in Washington. We have the swamp in Ridgewood. And we have Trump doing all what he can to discourage people from voting. And we have a mayor who is doing all what she can to discourage people from voting. I think it's just terrible just to conflate the so-called savings. And then funny enough, the savings of $600,000 were mentioned in the same meeting when the police budget was increased by $900,000. So we need some more integrity from the dais. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next person is Andrew.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record and unmute by pressing, is it *6?
No, he's not a dial-in. He's on a computer.
Okay. Good evening, Andrew. Please state your name and address for the record.
But you do have to unmute.
Unmute. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, Andrew Lowry, Shade Tree Commission. I just would first say that
I can't hear him. Andrew, I'm sorry, Andrew. We're having a difficult time hearing you. Maybe just speak a little louder and into the microphone. Or
Okay, is this any better?
That's so much better. Now we can hear you.
I'm talking into my computer, not my screen. Okay, I'm a little late joining this because as a technically unskilled person, it took me about half an hour to figure out how to get into the meeting. The link where it says click here didn't work. So I just point that out. Maybe that's why some people couldn't get in. But I don't know what Mike said about the 3 votes or the 3 allocations of tree planting.
Could you just identify yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Andrew Lowry, 441 Hawthorne Place, Ridgewood Shade Tree Commissioner. Okay.
Go ahead, Andrew. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Okay. So this year, the council allocated about $110,000 for tree planting. And to my knowledge, this is the first time that it was allocated based on the basis of low price per species planted. Generally, it's been allocated based on the total planting by one company, and there's a reason for that. Declan Madden, who's the arborist, gives the specifications for trees he wants, and one company plants them and gives a price. The complications that I see coming out of this effort, which is admirable in the sense that it's low cost, but is difficult in the sense that it's hard to manage. And I'm concerned that nobody understands the complexity of what it takes to plant 200 trees in a short period of time with an arborist who is assigned to leaf truck driving during this period. So I'm just expressing my concern and frustration that we're going to spend $110,000 and we may or may not get the best quality trees in 5 years because they may not have been planted and properly supervised when they were planted. And I know that it's been confirmed that they will be carefully supervised, but we have one arborist in the town and he's the only person who's really qualified to do that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Andrew.
And we have one more. I'm taking a guess is the other loving.
Oh. Good evening, other loving. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I'd just like to make a brief comment about the One Village, One Vote. I would like to remind all the listeners that if that initiative were to pass, we would lose our legal right to vote on Board of Ed.
Hang on, Ann. Ann, did she accidentally mute?
Oh, somebody muted me.
Okay, and why don't
Did you get any of that?
No, just start again, Ann. Please state your name and address for the record and start again.
Okay. Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I would like to remind anyone who's listening that the One Village, One Vote initiative would take away our legal right to vote on Board of Ed budget proposals. This is our right by law to vote on this, and if it's moved to November, we will no longer have that. So I would encourage anyone in the listening area to vote no on this One Village, One Vote nonsense. I also would like to echo what my husband said. I think if you guys were all in one place, even if you're still on Zoom, we would at least be able to hear all of you very much better, because it is tough from the household. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
And I'm showing no other people raising their hands.
Great. So we're going to close comments from the public, and I'm just going to respond to a comment that was made. I reject the notion that I'm conflating anything. Those are facts, those are numbers, and those are very real numbers and very real savings as it pertains to the cost, long-term and short-term, to those elections. But I did have one issue I wanted to speak on is, and I think the Deputy Mayor will support this assertion, that 5 years ago, had a garage been built, we would have been paying the increased rates for the past 5 years, because the garage bill always came with it a cost, and that cost was covered by increased parking rates. So that's a fact. That's the way it is, and we're not doing anything other than what was a part of this project and plan and the Walker report from the gate. And I think that may have been 2014 or 15. Deputy Mayor, if you shake your head if I have the years right, but that was part of the Walker report, and it was always necessary in order to support debt service. So with that, we're good. And
just a moment. I would like to also clarify something with regard to what Ann Loving said. If the vote were on the school budget, if the school board election were moved to November, you would still have the right to vote on the school budget if the proposed budget exceeded an increase of 2%, with a few exceptions.
Okay. So because you raised that once again, on September 4th, 2019, in response to the ongoing misinformation regarding the 2% cap and the ability to vote on it in November if it exceeded the 2% cap, whenever it exceeded the 2% cap. And I'll go back to One Village, One Vote website, because it precisely states that you have the right to vote on any budget that exceeds that 2% cap. But in response to that, that constant beating of that drum, on September 4th, 2019, the Village Council invited Bud Jones, our auditor from Ms. Boscia, who went through step by step and how the 2% cap could easily well exceed 2% when using exceptions, exclusions, and the cap bank. And in fact, in 2018, when the election was in November for the Board of Education, there was a 3.62% increase that never triggered the vote. So 3.62%, it could easily have been 6%, 7% with cap banks, exceptions, exclusions. So this was something, anybody can go back and look at the video. I was able to pull up just today some of the documents that Bud Jones provided, and go back to that meeting. It was September 4th, 2019. And, this is not what is stated on the website. The website states that One Village, One Vote website states that if the budget exceeds 2%, you will be permitted to vote, and that is simply not true. And again, but because there was so much over that, and I think it was a haggling between village council members, we thought it prudent to have an expert come in and speak to that. And naturally, then because a couple of articles about it, people were really caught off guard when their taxes were increasing significantly past 2%, and that was the reason, because it's a little bit of a big 2%. But in any event, with that, we will take a resolution to go into closed session.
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on September 9th, 2020 at 8 p.m. or soon thereafter as a matter on the agenda can be reached. And the said closed session be held via Zoom teleconferencing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include One Village, One Vote lawsuit, general litigation update. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. And be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, hold on one second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Aye. Okay, so